Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta, but if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta, but if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
I tried to fit, he begged me to stay. Babe, I'm not staying, I just wanna play. In the party, you just wanna rock. Big boots in the bus, they come. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie.
Flaming Head Mina subscribed to your channel for 39 months.
Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep
I tried to
them
fit,
on
he
their
begged me to
toes,
stay.
but if it's
Babe, I'm not
Ghostface
staying, I just wanna play.
man,
In the
I'm
party, you
about
just
to
wanna
throw.
rock. Big boots in the bus, they come. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie.
Lil Emo Piggy subscribed to your channel for 22 months.
Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house.
With my Twitch chat
Flaming Head Mina started a new hype train.
GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends, no salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Oh. Hello. Happy Wednesday, gamers. Welcome in. How is everyone? Ah, it's been such a busy day already. I can't keep up. Here we are. An hour early as per normal because of my collab with chelle. 2v8 is back, guys. I'm so excited. This is the time we're going to be playing some Killer and Survivor today. And we're going to get back on the old Torchbearer, which we were on last time when 2v8 was being held, and I absolutely loved it. So we're gonna just go back to that. Let's see who's here. Glenny, congratulations on getting first and second. Gamer, you just can't help yourself, can you? GG's, well played. It's fair game, innit? Mina, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. Hello, happy Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yes, guys, it was King's Day Monday. We had the day off. We had some drinks. We celebrated. You forget which day it is when it's not like a normal week. It's Wednesday today. Happy Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yes. Welcome in. Mina, thank you so much for the resub. 39 months. Thank you so much. You're my second longest subscriber right after Fabio. You've been here since the beginning. Thank you so much. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge. The channel point multiplier. We'll be spinning the wheel to celebrate that. Dalia, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 50. Glenny, thank you so much for the prime. 22 months. Thank you, gamer. Thank you for the continued support. For you as well. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, the channel point multiplier. And thank you guys so much for starting the raid train. Hi, AK. Good afternoon. How are you? How is streaming life treating you? You're back. I know there was some hardware issues, if I remember correctly. Seems like everything is solved. You're back at it. I was lurking, I think, over the weekend. Good to have you back, and welcome in 2v8. Indeed. 2v8 indeed. Thanks for the lurk, Dalia. I love your hair. Thank you, AK. I love it too. I'm getting it done again tomorrow because you don't see it so much on camera, thank God. But it's a little bit faded. And also, hello, where's my screen? You can see here at the back, like the roots are showing. How do you guys see here? You can see it at the back. So it's time to get it done again. I got it done in December, so it's time to get to go back to the hairdressers and fix this. You're in the VC? Alright, chelle. Thank you so much. I will be joining you. Mina and Glenny, thank you. Thank you so much for the hype train. Level 2. Thank you so much. Level 1. chelle, do you want to make a 2v8 lobby? I'll join you. And I'll join the VC in a second here as well. They left it for 2 minutes with no claim. My hands were tied. Yes, that's true, Glenny. If you were here for that long, it's what had to be done, honestly. Your charger came back. You're back. Wonderful. Streaming's been good. How have you been? Good. Very busy. Last week was rough. I've been sick. I was struggling with my health, and I'm really bored at work at the minute. So it was a struggle. It was a rough week, but we're gonna ramp things back up. Starting today with the collab, 2v8 collab with Shelly. We have a lot of collabs planned. I'll put it in the schedule soon. This is the only stream this week because I will be going to London Friday morning, super early, 7 a.m. We're leaving Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm not playing Trapper, by the way. Holy hell. Where my boy at? Jesus. So you launch 2v8 and you literally don't have 2 of the killers are kill switched for it. I thought they were bringing back Legion. Like, what the fuck happened there? I want you to want me for all that I am. I hope that you will try to understand. I hope my duo's singing with me right there. No one wants you for all that you are. Now, AK, why did you have to be so brutal like that? I want him. 100% and more. What is happening with all these notifications? The Rift stuff's looking good, do you guys think? Also, I'm playing Zarina today, and we've got the Attack on Titan skin with the skins that were released. I've not made any purchases yet. Okay, I might be making some purchases, but I'm still easing my way back into DBD. I haven't played for a week, so I don't even know if my controller's plugged in. Here we go. I'm playing Serena with the Attack on Titan skin today. Lies, I want you for all your floppiness. Sorry to hear. I hope you're feeling better. Yes, I am. I'm feeling a lot better. No, they decided Legion just doesn't fit DBD. Doesn't fit DBD asterisk 2v8, or maybe just DBD altogether. It's possible. It's possible. Legion is back, but it's been removed. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Then why is the portrait still there? Like, is it too much trouble? I like every single skin in the Rift except the Felix one. No, AK. That's your main. You've got to be kidding me. You bought Renatus? I had to. No, your hands were tied. You really did have to. I was looking at the Talita one, which looks great as well. Sorry, this is the thing. My throat's been acting up. And this was my whole week last week. Felix was done so fucking dirty. Ah, man, that is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. Mr. Fox, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the 7 treats. Mike, be careful with sound. The game is fucked. Ah, yes, I saw your tweet. I saw your tweets. Hold on. Oh, share chat. Here we go. I mean, be careful with sound. There's nothing I can do. I have a headset on and I'm playing the game. Do I just turn, like, preemptively? Like, go down a notch? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Every skin is eating in the Rift and there's Felix. Oh, shit. Also, your game was crashing a lot yesterday. Hope it doesn't happen to you. I literally haven't tried. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Oh my god! Pretty! Also coming through with the resub. 11 months! Thank you so much, Pretty!
Hey there. PRTTYUGLY
Thank you so
subscribe to your
much.
channel for 13
13
months.
months, 11-month streak. I appreciate you, pretty. Thank you so much for the continued support. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, sub badge, and the channel point multiplier. Were you already on the 2v8, pretty? How was your Koningsdag? You need to be using Scout. I won't tell you why, but I can show you. All right, I'm gonna need to warm up here a little bit. I'm going in with the Torchbearer, but we can go to Scout. We can go the Scout. I'm good, pretty. I had a rough week. I've not been feeling well, but we're gonna get back into it. You did absolutely nothing. Perfect. That's what days off are for. I was really happy with the day off as well. Hope you're doing well. Be working for liquor for a while. All right, Mr. Fox, I appreciate it. How was yours? It was really good. Monday was actually the first day that I started to feel a little bit better, and I went to the horses. I was the only one there. It was a very chill morning. It was beautiful weather, so I was quite happy to be working. And I did some stuff, some prep for the whole week in the afternoon, and then we went to into town, had some drinks, listened to some music. It was a really good time. So it was a very nice King's Day. Of course, I was wearing orange. I love to bring my orange colors where I can. The game is fucked right now. It's hilarious. Oh, you can use Deli on second hook. You can use Deli on second hook. Oh wow, that sounds really bad. Is okay, this is not the menu that I wanted. I wanted this. And I need to check something real quick. This is killer. Yes. Why is it looking all weird? Bro. My buttons aren't my buttons. What? Hi, Masha. Welcome in. Masha, I have a question for you. Do you already own the Trickster chapter? And we're back, baby! You don't think so? Flash grenades. Flash grenades? Guys, why are my buttons set to like an Xbox controller? When I'm on PlayStation controller, these are not my buttons. What the fuck is going on? Orange is your favorite color, but not on King's Day? I mean, I can understand that everything is orange on King's Day, right? I love it, though. Masha, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4. Pretty, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 62. Nice save. Thank you, thank you. I'm back, I'm back. It's light torchbearer all the way. What do we think of the new Trapper skin? It's kind of fire, but it's also kind of weird. Oh, that happened too? They also changed the, the bar progression. Oh my god, chelle is on a hook. Oh my god, I'm gonna... No, they got saved. But I think that's intentional. What is this? I forget what this is. Cage remove. Okay. Go on, Steam. You have to edit it through Steam. Go on. But like, why does it suddenly change? Like, I was literally playing DVD last week and my buttons were fine. Why do I have to change anything on Steam? I did nothing. Pretty, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Let's go. Ah, the blue heals you. Okay, well, that's what I forgot. I forgot what it's like. I have to change it on Steam. Like, literally? That's what you're telling me? Flash grenade. I don't know which button the flash grenade is now. Oh! Oh. Well, sucks to be me. See? Holy zombie! Bro, that was nasty. I'm getting fat shamed. It's fine. I'll do it again. Thanks, darling. Oh, this is so bad. Oh my god. Last stand with an 8, honestly. Alright, Masha, I want to, I have a gift for you. Let me, are you on Discord? I want to give you something. Oh, 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 oh! Oh, this is a problem. Yeah, GG's. Holy loud noises! Yes, Masha, you. X on Xbox Square. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, pretty. You're getting a present, yes. Ah, the zombie is loud too. Hi. Hi, lady. I'll send you a whisper in a second here after this game. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. I'm moving on. You haven't played 2v8 yet? It's fun. It's chaos. It's a good time. Oh my god. Issues. Can you make the zombies die forever or do they disappear eventually? You can't really make them die forever. They always come back. You can blind them. You saw how I blinded them and they will be stationary. You can also use a pellet to kind of like kill them, but they will be back. Damn, this is empty. Hi, Taze. Good to see you. Bro. Welcome in, guys. I was at a concert with Taze yesterday. It was the best time. How are you feeling today, Taze? Long time no see! Bro, my beam is dead. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't recommend using the pellets to kill the zombies when you're playing normal mode, because the pellets are too vulnerable, valuable. But on 2v8, I wouldn't bother. Just use the pellets to take them out. It does, of course, give a notification. Holy. Is there anyone on a gen? Maybe I should do this gen, I don't know. It does give a sound notification to the killer when you drop the pellet, but I don't know that there's any resources left here. What about this? You like learning things, so when I do play I have big brain knowledge, that'll panic and forget. Oh my god, the panic is still so real. Yes! Oh! That stomp is insanely loud. Oh! Issues. Dead art! Why is this so loud? Oh my god. Thank you for the lurk, pretty. We will spin the wheel for your resub. There's a lot going on right now. We'll get to it. Pellet head on. Yes, good shout. Head on will kill the zombie as well. Last stand will kill it. She doesn't want to use her beam. That's fine. They kill the zombie temporarily, exactly. Just as Mr. Folk said. This would be a really nice actual buff. For real. Time bomb is feeling forgotten right now. Why? Why is he so clever? Does this guy know everything? Of course Steinbone was there as well, and so was my husband. We were 4 together at the concert. Bro, the fact that we did not manage to get this gen done is insanity. You're good. I was kind of dead by the time you got home. I bet. 11:30, I think. It was after the drive. Yeah. Will we streaming long? I'm going till 6 p.m. Not a long one today. I suppose we've 3-gened ourselves over here. As in, like, 5-gen. Oh, shit! Damn. Oh, this is so unlucky. He's gonna go back to protect his gens, right? I leave? No, he's chasing me. Oh, shit. Oh. I don't know that there's any resources left. Where is he going? Oh my god, there's no mind games, nothing, guys. Nothing. You get this? Nope. It's 1:30. It is. It's 1:30 here. Yes. Wow. The baby trapper. I was not expecting no double back. Like, hello? Nemesis was a bot. 125,000 points. Love to see it. I love to see it. Where? What is happening right now? Is this popping up anywhere? No. Oh. We'll get to the wheel spins, guys. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on right now. You have to do some jobs. We'll be back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Thank you for hanging out. And let me send you this message. What the fuck was that noise? Okay. Oh my god, that sound comes with the skin? Hello? Loftus loves it, I bet. Hi Jill, welcome in. A Nemesis trapper combo. Imagine running into a trap, just having a zombie hit you. It literally happened, Mr. Fox. It literally happened, but that person wasn't injured. They were, so they just got infected. But yes, that is a huge thing. Only welcome in, good to see you. How are you? You're back. You went straight into a meeting when you started. Aww. Well, good you're back. Thank you. We haven't spun the wheel yet for your resub because there's too much going on. Oh my god! Bro. That's not angle. What the fuck? A flying wig! Crazy work. Crazy work. Problems. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god. This button thing is driving me insane. What is happening with my controls? You know the Fender sound? Because it's lower pitch, which makes me harder to detect than our high pitch screech. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I guess for me it's just like getting used to like what the fuck is going on. Yeah, how about we don't heal here? Oh my god. Knew how they mess with controller binds. I've seen other people like insane. Like I was running and I'm dropping my beam and I'm trying to unhook people and I'm dropping my flashbang. Like what the fuck? Have you seen the Urban Tech? No, I've not seen anything. I've been out. I was at a concert yesterday with Taze and Tinebone and my husband, and it was great. Taylor Acorn. It was very good. It was a very good concert. Well, Chelle is dead as hell. Well, that sucks. Okay. You didn't surf for years, so it was really good to see her live. It's so cool that they came here, right? That sure it is. Loftus is a Survivor Pro bot. What the fuck happened yesterday, guys? I go away for one night. Get me out of this game right now. Oh, there's just no mind games. There's just nothing. There's no mind games. There's just nothing. Does he? Why can't I heal myself? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Bro, I do not want to drop my flashbang every 3 seconds. Holy hell, bro. TikTok being TikTok? Entitled Killer Mains. Ah. Perfect. I don't know. Maybe, Jill, maybe I fucked up the binds again because I literally... I had an artist 1v1 again, so I was changing with the keybinds again. But I don't know which button is what because everything is fucking fucked up. So I'll go fucking restore to default again. And then I'll up the sensitivity this time because that was the mistake last time. And then it's the pickup interaction that goes to square. Right? Yeah, it definitely was not R2. Let's spin this wheel before I lose my fucking mind. Alright. One for Mina. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh my god. Jawbreaker roulette. Well, we have two. This one is for Glenny. We've got, Mina, we've got watermelon or blue raspberry. No hat. Joe, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 62 treats. Floppy ears. Glenny, do you want to choose anything or are we going random? The bugs are insane this patch. I got a lot of work. It's crazy. Random? Cool, cool, cool. Okay, we pull that. And one more spin for Pretty. Thank you so much for the resub as well. This Nemi about to deafen me? Oh my god. I need to hop in the VC with Chelle. Hey. Hi. I am good. How are you? Yes. 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 I mean, she was good, but the sounds were like overwhelming. Yeah. From be asked. Oh my god, that's what you mean. The sound on Nemi is insane. The volume of the sound. Nice. Go for it. Footsteps are loud, the hit is loud, it's crazy. Yeah, like there's a lot of bugs in the game since the updates. Good. Very valuable bottle that I took. I have no idea where anyone is, what I'm doing. There's too much going on. Is it even louder? I feel like it was the same when we faced the Nemi in the first game. That's why I play Nemi. Literally. Beautiful. I think that was a ping and it's unlucky. They're chasing people. Good job. This is so annoying, guys, because literally Nemi is the only killer that I can play and the sound is fucking crazy. Fucking hell. Nice. Good job. Nice, good job. Oh my god. Yeah, Elder Blast mine. Nah, it's too hard to keep up. Okay. Resilience, fine. Always. The confidence. No, you have to assert dominance. It's important. Right. I found those hatch as well. GG's. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. I fucking hate playing Killer Roll. It's fucking shit, trash, horrible, nasty, awful. And that's the summary. Fucking annoying. Alright. We got Jailbreak Roulette and we got Ears. Thank you, Glenny, for the ears. Goes very well with my fit. I'm here for it. Why am I not in the center of my camera? There we go. Glitch glasses, next game. I need to ready up. Hi, Jess. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Imagine 2v8 coming and me play Wesker. But I know, Cat's kill switch. I know, it's crazy. You did get cooked by the Wesker bug. I'm completely out of the loop, guys. I don't know what's a Wesker bug. Is that why they got kill switched? I mean, if you get cooked by a bug, there's really nothing you can do about it, is there? Oh, you're alright, how are you? I'm still getting back. I had a really rough week. I wasn't well. I started feeling well again from Monday, which was good. But I haven't played DBD in a week, and I'm already annoyed because I fucking hate playing killer, basically. I think you have sound for chelle now as well. Yeah, I think I'm also like just stressed because it's a very short week. I'm going to London on Friday morning. Lots to do. Trying to all fit everything in because there's lots of stuff that I want to do. But I'm just hanging in there. What am I doing over there? So I have an IRL field hockey tournament with my team, but I got injured a week and a half ago, so I can't play. So I'm still going for the party, for the company. I already paid. Like, it's shit to like cancel on your team just because you can't play. And I was supposed to meet UniCloud. She did text me this morning. She's not sure if she can make it. Hold on. Great, I got a fucking speeding fine. In a fucking... Where was I driving? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, it's like next to nothing. But yeah, so that's... Yeah, and now DBD is rough because of bugs, so the sound is annoying. My controller is... I mean, I reset my fucking buttons again. So we're gonna try if it works this time. And,
Okay, let's do this.
I need to look at this controller setting thing because the fact that the buttons are now set to Xbox controller when I'm on a PlayStation controller is doing my head in as well. Long story short, just healed and open a chest on the other side of the map and randomly you get wounded. Oh! Oh my god. You save the clip and watch it back. You see in the HUD a Sable getting grabbed and slapped somewhere and it randomly wounds you? That's crazy. He gets free hits. Ah. Hi, Skiller. Do you also love AOT? No, in the sense that I love it. I love it as the chapter in DVD, but I don't really know anything about it. Nice medium. Love to see it. What's that? Deathslinger? I can't see with these glasses, bro. Oh. Why did I think there was a pallet there? Well, I got the blind. It's almost like I'm a professional. Okay. I'm leaving. I'll catch you later. Fuck me. Okay, that hits. You are a big fan? Oh, I love it. I have to say, the last time with the AOT, the DVD lobby is one of my favorite lobbies of all time. The sound, the backgrounds, I think the skins are amazing. It's still on my list. Like, if I ever was to like be interested in watching any anime and stuff, AOT is definitely at the top of the list. I'm not getting around to doing anything that's not to do with the stuff that I'm working on right now in terms of like content creation and work, sports, all that stuff. Yeah, I just have no time to watch TV. Catch up with anything. Literally nothing. Oh my god! Jill! It's definitely a button problem. I didn't do it. Like, I reset everything. I'm trying to unhook and I'm dropping this fucking flashbang. I thought I'm going insane. Didn't we change my buttons last time during 2v8 because it gave me a lot of room to practice and get used to the new buttons? Why is it fucked up right now? Because I played Torchbearer last time and there was like no problem. If you want to know anything about it, let me know. Yes, I appreciate that, Skiller. How are you? How is your week going? Hi, Tante Zoetje. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god. It's good to see you again. Okay, well, you do the gen. I wish you all the best. You're tired from work? Me too. And I was sick last week, so that doesn't help. And I'm frustrated the fuck with Dib Dabba Dilla right now. What? What is this wall? Fuck my life, bro. Oh, well, GG. So for me, flashbang in this mode is triangle, so I can freely use square to save and heal. But I didn't make any other changes. I try to go for flashy even with sprint burst and I run against random things. Like, I'm so annoyed right now at everything. Am I? I can't heal. I physically can't heal. Yeah, get me out. Oh my god. Okay, just whatever. I don't know. You need to test. You need to change the buttons to something else. I'll test it later. See it changed for me as well. It's crazy. I can't heal. There's no button for me to heal anything. Sketch, I'm not in the mood. Like, literally, I'm watching on Steam right now to look at these controls, but like... On Steam, it's fine. It's literally saying the buttons back. Hello? No. Yeah, change it from square, but like, I'm literally looking at these controls. Which one is supposed to be heal? Active ability 2. So what do I change active ability? Active ability is the flashbang. So I have to change this. And now it's set to fucking Xbox again. Yeah. I put it on triangle as well. No, my interactions is supposed to be my square. I literally we set the interactions to look, when the menu opens, it's all PlayStation buttons, and then when I go and change it, it's Xbox. Like, this is supposed to be square because this is my heal and stuff. I don't know why this active ability thing changed again. Oh. Was the update into the game that's restarting? I don't know. I'm literally in a collab right now. I'm not... Okay, I'm back. There were some resets on the buttons. Because I'm on
What?
I'm on
Oh, okay.
controller on PC, right? And
Yeah.
my buttons are different. And also, I'm on a PlayStation controller, but all the buttons on the screen are Xbox controller listed.
Oh god.
So
Okay.
I'm struggling right now.
So let's make your life difficult.
Yes, exactly.
Go.
I think we fixed it now.
Nice. We'll
God,
see.
tech issues. Yeah, the only thing is the in-game, oh, it's another Nemi. The in-game buttons still are not the same.
Oh,
They're
they
still
gave
listed on.
Nemesis.
Yeah, it's because the and the Dracula. It's because the zombies just free. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's 4 zombies, no? Okay,
Yeah.
follow. Yeah, it's like 6 killers against it's
Yeah, exactly. And it pushes them off gens.
Yeah, because I
It
got
pushes them
downed
off heals.
by a zombie.
Exactly, you're trying to focus around dodging 2 killers, and then before you know it, you're running into a zombie. it's a struggle.
I wish I had 4 zombies in the regular mode.
Yeah. I mean, as killer, yes, but as survivor, you wouldn't want that.
Yeah, no, because I like Nemesis, but he's just hard to play in normal.
I would have had that if he was facing me. Yeah.
What is this N gang? Is that from Chanel #1 and is it from Screen Creeps?
What do you mean?
There's this series called Scream Queens, and they're called like Chanel #1,
Oh.
Chanel #2.
Yeah.
Who's the second killer, by the way? I have no clue.
So I saw as a Dracula. There's a castle in the sky, so it has to be Dracula, right? Maybe they're AFK. Oh my god. Okay.
I'm just on gens, haven't seen any killer.
Granny, welcome in. How are you? Enjoy Daily Doggetry. Thank you for the redeem. The game is not on my side right now, and I have no patience for it. You love Xbox controller? I bet.
Yep, it is Dracula. I see the huge ass castle now.
Tried to play killer. It was funny. Who did you play, Granny? I'm glad you had fun. So you can even use your flash grenade because it says why. Yes, now I can use it. And now it's fixed. Jill fixed it for me.
Yeah, you take him.
I take him. Yes, I got this. Let's go. Teamwork.
Thank you.
So you didn't end up doing anything for King's Day?
No, I was just enjoying the free day.
Nice. I mean, that's what it's for.
I heard all the music from my house.
I bet. There was music everywhere in the streets. It's gotta be AFK, right? You tried Dracula for the first time? Oh my god, Granny, that is such a complicated killer to start with. Oh.
I've only seen the misses. I think Dracula is camping one side of the map.
Next Grand Mike against the Flashy? I mean, I learned so much from last 2v8 with the beams. Okay. I still waste too much juice though. You got a feeling King's Day here wouldn't go over well? I don't know what this David's doing, honestly. Why, like... I don't understand. I literally don't understand. Let's go, Cheryl.
Yeah, those hitboxes were weird for me.
Unlucky.
No, LB.
I mean, I tried to go for a save that I should not be going for. But hey ho.
Let's walk close to the gate. Yeah, fair
Yeah?
enough.
You need to practice aiming your vision at their shoulders so you don't have to re-aim
Wait, you can
your
heal the
flash it
sheep before
basically. Yes, since last time.
Oh, okay. Only 3 or more. My fault.
Wow. Oh, well, you are out. I'm not out, but you're out. GG.
Yeah, that was a very good save, thank you, but it's probably gonna cost you all.
Yeah, it's gonna cost me my life, this. Unlucky.
That came out of nowhere suddenly.
Yeah.
There's still 2 killing the map. That zombie is dancing.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling, him. Hey, Downtown Hustler, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Good morning. This, you like the skin? Thank you. I don't know because I don't. This door is not ready. I didn't watch Attack on Titan. Bro. Unlucky. Stinty, welcome in. How are you? Enjoy the daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 28, and thank you so much for the resub. Oh shit. Nasty.
MV Brave, MV Brave, MV Brave. STVNTYKUNTY subscribe to your channel for 15 months.
Yeah, I don't think I make this, honestly. Well, Dracula's inside the house. Good for him. But how do I have so much distance still? Gamer, what are we cooking? Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I got it. Oh god.
Well, that was very tense. I did not think I was gonna make that. Holy.
Very close.
GG's. Stinty, thank you so much for your resub, your continued support, 15 months. Thank you, I appreciate you. I still owe you guys a Jawbreaker Roulette from Mina's resub. But let's spin the wheel,
No, it's 2
Stinty,
more minutes though.
for yours. We can play another Survivor game if you want. Like, I'm down to keep on playing.
For me, it's all the same.
Let's go Survivor again.
Yeah.
Nope. The more Survivor we play, the better. Giraffe hat! Yay! Maybe this can cheer me up. Cindy, thank you so much for the continued support. I still have cat ears from Glenny. Well, I mean, they're not. I mean, are they cat ears? Yes, they could be cat ears. I'm keeping these on for a little bit, and then we'll change to the giraffe hat. Oh, you're working good now? Good luck. I hope your shift goes well. How are you, Stunty? Have you played some 2v8 yet? Sketch, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 37. You did? You loved it? Wonderful. You're getting close to 1500s? I know. I want to do more for you guys. I'm like not locked in this time. I don't know. Too much going on. You're welcome. Thank you, Stunty. Micah, does Torchbearer still have Wiglif and BT? I have no idea. I have no idea. I forgot about a whole Wiglif. It does? Cool. Thanks, Sketch. You're doing well. How was Asia? Asia? Oh. That's Shella.
It's the normal nurse. Yippee!
Yay, at least normal nurse. Yeah, I forgot we had shared chat.
She hit the wall. Okay, she left me.
Oh. Strong Garth Gaming. Love to see it.
Yeah, if you ever get the chance to go to Japan, do it.
Yeah, oh, you were in Japan? Oh, that's so
Yeah.
cool. A lot of people go to Japan these
It's
days.
amazing.
It's just so good. Yeah.
Especially for gamers, you have this whole neighborhood of geeky stuff too. Very
Oh,
fun.
cool.
What is that thing behind you?
That's the healing potion. So yeah, there's potions around the map. The blue one is the healing potion. The green one will remove a hook state.
Oh. Okay, they changed a lot, it seems.
Yeah, they're constantly developing 2v8. It's really cool.
Oh god, she's here. You got it? No, you got it?
Nope. You can't save against walls, so if she licks a wall like that, you're not supposed to be able to save it.
Cause she saw me.
Welcome back.
Oh yes, 2 zombies in front of my hook.
Crazy. good practice that.
She just unhooked me in the face of the killer.
Not fast enough.
Well, I've removed it, one of my hook states.
Good, good, good. Perfect. That's what it's for. With the Attack on Titan fit? Yes, had to. I haven't bought the new skins yet. I was eyeballing the Talita. Stunty, have you seen it? Send you something on Discord. Not urgent. Alright, alright. Oh, oh, oh. Someone's coming. You know what's actually nuts about Moonwalk on controller? Even people like Spitz, who has 12k hours on controller, can't do it consistently. Okay, well that makes me feel better, Jill. Thank you for sharing that nugget of information with me. Because I feel like an absolute flop that I'm not able to do it. Although I have to say I've switched controllers twice. Because I was on Nintendo Switch controller before. You can air attack moonwalk? He can't do that at all? I've never tried that. I've never even tried that. By the end of 2v8, your ears are going to be bleeding from all this enemy punching for real. She sees me. It was either too far to the side or it was late. Ah, your DVD is updating right now. It's a big one, Stunty. It takes a little while. Is he tunneling? That's an angle. Yeah, I knew it.
Was that you? The
Yes.
save?
Yes.
Oh, nice. I was watching it from here.
Nice, nice. Good play. Good plays. You got like a front row seat and everything.
I am close.
This tile is miserable. I'm leaving. Yeah, okay, gamer.
Just gonna follow him. He wants you.
Nice, good hits. I don't have anything here. It's literally this 50-50 pallet. Thank you. I want you now. The problem is he can see my aura. I don't think I can save you. Holy! What's that Claudette doing? Thank you, you saved me. Oh. Man, good blink. W beam save. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Beautiful. Love to see it. Yeah, they should fix it even before... They should fix it before the weekend. Like, it's so annoying right now. I think she could have made the palette, honestly. Good effort. The cloud emo tech was insane. Yeah, that tile is nasty. Oh. I guess we're going over here. Did they let you go second?
Oh, what is this? Yeah, I have no clue where the last gens are though.
Beautiful.
Oh! Yeah. I can't take a hit for you, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. Bro, I was cooking so hard and then this. Not like this. Juice the fuck out of that nurse, real.
I gotcha.
Unlucky. Yeah, Sandra was all over it. You gotta go get something done? Alright. I appreciate you hanging out.
I'm following you.
It's so unlucky. It's so
There's a gate
unlucky.
behind us.
The zombie could have been everywhere, yeah. I don't know if I should have... I was kind of in my head. I wasn't focused. I wasn't like watching. I was very focused on where the exit gate was and whether I would be there too early or just in time for
Are you safe?
to leave. Yeah, I think I have an open gate here. I'm with the Nia. Yes, the Nia and the Claudettes are with me. They were out.
I'm out too.
GG. Yeah, they must have been a duo.
Oh.
Colt and
the
Colt.
other
Yeah,
Jeff died.
they were a duo. Exit gate lag. Exit gate lag is real. I don't even know what that means. Guess it's a me problem. Alright, time for killer. Wait, can I quickly change. That's not gonna work. I need to get rid of some of my killer challenges.
Oh, I'm Ghostface.
You had ramen? Nice, good choice. You had ramen in the cupboard? You have. Oh! You bought the Renato skin as well? Yeah, Loftus did as well. Oh, I got shit done. Take care. Thank you, Sketch. Thank you. Maybe more zombies? Nah, I don't think so. Exit lag. Yeah, I know, but did they say exit? Oh. Oh, they were accusing them? I don't know. 5 business days for booting up DVD, finally. Lay your eyes on the new fits. Nice. They're really good. You also the Gabriel. I was eyeballing that as well, Glenny. It looks so good. I still have a croissant, guys.
Oh, somebody left just in the last
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah, but there's a new one. Oh shit, you got the legendary Ellen and they're loud? Pay to lose? Oh, that's not what we want. I mean, we don't need to pay to win because we're good enough players, but like, pay to lose is a whole nother situation.
No, but just
Finally! Mike is eating food that you can get behind. Never thought you'd say that. There's food that I eat that you like, Glenny. It's a ham and cheese croissant. And it's very good. It's my favorite one. Oh, I don't need my controller. Alright, here we go. Oh, this is ruining my day.
What is
Perfect.
ruining a day?
I can't hit my tentacle hits. I don't know if it's my mouse sensitivity, but I'm struggling to get my tentacle hits in, and it's very frustrating. The thuds are so loud. There's absolutely no reason for them to be so loud. Get them? I'm getting some of them. I mean, this is just... Get shit on. Hi, Rebel. Welcome in. How are you?
Oh god, they got a flashlight there.
Pellet behind her. Yeah, I was very surprised she didn't go for the pellet.
You scared me.
Nice push. Sorry, it was teamwork. Yeah, big play, big brain plays. The Michaela tech. It could have been really cool, except she ran into a wall. It was kind of embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this. Well, that sucks. It was the plan all along.
Whiffing.
Gorgeous. Nice. I don't know why I'm here. There's literally no gens here. You're fine? Good, wonderful. I'm glad to hear, Rebel. I'm struggling. I was struggling with my health last week. I'm still not fully recovered. And I had a lot of things to do this week. And it's stressing me out. It's not helping. I don't know, man. I don't know. Christ. I don't know what these girls are trying. Nice. Love to see it. You were at the phone service store earlier because you wanted to go and ask them about something. Roaming. Yes, when you get to the UK. It says it's the same as Italy. Yes. You should be fine to use your phone. And you can add extra. Yeah, if you need it.
I scared her.
It's pretty much like that in Europe, Rebel. Sorry to hear. Hope you do well soon. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will be better soon. just struggling right now. We're here for you. You guys are too nice. Why are we teabagging him? Well, sucks to be me. Zombie. Also, you can use your Italian phone over there just fine with no issues. You should be able to, yes. Nice downs. She dies. Unlucky. Her friend is here. Oh, maybe this was not the right way to go. No, that's fine. Only the
You know what?
that was a good down, good teamwork. We're pulling this back.
Yeah, there's one between us.
Nice.
Oh, no, it's fine.
I told him I'll think about it, let him know. Yeah, we're good. Wonderful. You're
Good
doing
gen.
good planning, Rebel, for your trip to UK and
Oh, that's okay. I'll get
Netherlands.
her shivering.
Excellent. I don't know what we're doing. Good news, you can talk with the host via WhatsApp so I can keep posted when I'm where. Ah, perfect, perfect. That's so convenient, Rebel. That's great.
I mean, I'm being rubber banded the whole time.
Oh, really? I've not had any... I don't feel like I've had server issues. Do you want to try again and otherwise reboot the game, or... Do you need to reboot the game?
No, I'll be fine.
Nice medium.
Oh, okay. We did it.
Yeah, we're kind of cooking. We're kind of cooking. Beautiful. The lorry is straight ahead.
Where's straight ahead?
Towards the gates. Where the no gens are. That's where she was running. Ah, she's out. She found the hedge. GG.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we
Wow.
pulled this back. Well done.
Yeah,
Good
we-
teamwork.
Well. Nice one. At least I got one grab from a gen.
That's big. That's like, that's huge. Get a grab. I actually have to, I have challenges to grab survivors off gens, but I'm too scared. Here it is. Interrupt and grab a survivor. But I'm not gonna get it done with Nemi, but I'm literally trash at any other killer. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm also like, I like Legion and Weskers, but they're both like skill switched.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with Gunslinger.
I play Chucky.
Are you going Chucky?
Yeah.
I'll have a go at Nemesis then, if it's okay.
Of course. Yeah, I've played Chucky one time. Not just 2v8 one time, but just one time altogether, but we'll figure it out.
Oh,
Connection lost. Okay, well, at least we were starting a new lobby. So we didn't lose any progress or anything. Let's try again.
Okay, it worked.
That palette clip before it? Yeah, it's my shadow. It's my FOV slider that's cutting me for that. Channel my inner Georgie. Imagine. That was a hell of a turnaround. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I wonder if it was because the Michaelas were going for the saves and nobody was doing gens, or I mean they had kind of 5 gens themselves in the same region. And I think chelle also kind of locked in and really pulled it back. It was a hell of a turnaround. Thank you guys. Thank you. How did you get on the 1v1 tourney? It was a really good experience. I lost in I got eliminated in the first round. I didn't know that 1v1 is more than just doing well in chase. I was like, okay, you just have to be a good looper, and then you go into the next rounds. But I learned as we went that it's just about wasting time
changes
and having to have
black hands.
Hold on. Just making loads of distance. Like people that constantly have like a lot of distance with like light or balanced landing, like just fucking send it. They do better in 1v1s. And the biggest issue, Glenny, is my lack on killer skill, right? So when I played my second round match against Sion, I had a really shitty survivor game against her Deathslinger. She's a Deathslinger main. She did really well. I got absolutely clocked. It was a really good game for her. But I can't recover on the killer side from a bad survivor game. Because I don't have the skill. Nemi was banned, Clown was banned, so any killer that I feel like I can maybe comfortably play, possibly, was not in tourney. So I played demo from my side, and then I had to play artists. And Deathslinger, which is way too technical if you've never played them to be getting any kind of value. Oh man, I don't know that it would have been an angle. Oh, bro, I fucking trap her on this map, yo. What are we gonna be doing? So yeah. It was a really good experience. I learned so much. And the good thing was that the environment was really, really good to start out in because everyone was nice. Like there were people there that were like motivated. They were interested to play for the win, but everybody was cheering each other on. When someone made a good hit, the other person would say, hey, good hit. Oh my god, you clocked me. Stuff like that. It's just a really wonderful group of people that made the experience really, really good. But yeah, the killer side of things was the biggest problem for me. Because I could not put a good time down on killer. Even though the second time when we were playing my pick, which was demo, I went with demo because at least it's like it's not a lot of buttons. Like as opposed, I tried Freddy. I played a couple pub games with Freddy, but if you're still getting acquainted with them, with the buttons and everything, it's impossible to catch up to it. So I chose to play demo. And even though I had a good round against Sean when I was Survivor, because I went for almost 2 minutes, I could not do well enough on killer. So she was 6 seconds longer in chase versing my demo. Yeah, there was no, I can't recover, you know, from that. So yeah, that was my my journey experience for the 1v1. You know, the feeling I'm literally average on pinhead and every other killer I'm trash on. Yeah, I don't, yeah. That's really rough if you're trying to do 1v1s. Pinhead also was banned, I think, so... Or weren't they? Maybe not. Yeah, anyway, your killer gets banned, and then what are you gonna do, right? It was, yeah, that's rough, but it was a really good experience. Everyone was so nice. I got a couple 2v8 and collabs from it as well. So I'm glad I got the opportunity. Lake, thank you for the dance. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Happy Wednesday. I didn't even have to say it this time. Watch out, there's a trap. Thank you, Lake. Where's the dancing? Yeah, there was no dancing. I have to make a command for the dance. Maybe I'll do it after this game. Imagine playing Trapper without the new skin. Boo, yeah. Good point. Hydrate? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. And thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you. I have to refill my cup because it's empty. Give me... Yeah, we're so fucked. All the gens are done here. Oh well. Unlucky. Oh. Yeah. Look at this. It's not auto setting, right? I'm just gonna open them all. Who cares? Lee, how are you? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. I have to refill my glass. in a second here. Oh. You mean you don't always have hot tea next to you, ready for the redeem? I usually have tea, not today though, and I already drank. Oh, I have some lemonade. Hold on, I'm lying to you. Cheers.
They
I
really
forgot
just
about my lemonade, didn't
got me
I?
straight from the hook.
Yeah, they had a lot of pressure also from at the beginning. I think they're doing really well, and Trapper is just a struggle on some maps. Like, how are you supposed to see traps on this floor? The build-up skins to the anniversary have been leaked. Oh, really, Glenny? Oh my god. There's a few skins you're eyeing. Well, I'll see them when it's time. I know it's hatch, but I'm going for a save. Oh, well. I tried.
Almost.
Yeah. Unlucky. She saw me. So if you're with the current pallet saves, you kind of want to crawl as far away from the side that the survivor's coming. Otherwise, they can't reach the pallet like this. She saw me on the aura. She should have been on the other side. Unlucky. Well, I save her now. Okay, I just got item tech. That's fine. I already put €100 on your Steam account. It's gonna be a big spender when I log in next. To get new skins. There's so many good skins, aren't there? Like, oh, we got very lucky there. We got very lucky there, I'm not gonna lie.
They found her.
Yeah, well, then it's hatch game.
Good luck.
She's out, and I die. Oh.
Oh,
I don't know why I dropped... I don't know why I dropped the flashbang. That was an accident. I spammed my hatch escape button so hard that I accidentally... Oh my god, TTV. Easy game, noobs. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating. I get their frustration. They got rolled on the hatch there. GG's.
Yeah.
We're gonna run a quick ad break game, or
Some
we're gonna
people
run it now
are,
before we go into the next game, so you
spicy.
don't miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Well, I grab my Diet Coke as well. Glenny will take your €100. Okay, Glenny. I think you just said that you bought the Renato skin and a Gabriel skin. I think you're good. I was looking forward to eating your plum, and it was powdery and disappointing. Oh, I hate that. Like the summery fruits, they can be so good, and then the powdery ones. Ugh, it's the same as with the peaches and the nectarines. Strive was the one that hosted. Yes, Jill, Strive hosted. Do you know them? I mean, of course you know them. You know
Oh,
everyone.
we got a Steve.
You don't want to work anymore today? Someone take my shift, please? No, thank you. No, thank you. You're okay? Good. Sorry? What do you mean sorry? I'm sorry. I didn't even see your hydrate redeem. I'm struggling today, I'm not gonna lie. But we have some good times as well. You know, we're here. You guys are here, and I appreciate it. And we're gonna keep pushing. Yeah, oh, you're poor? Okay. Well, maybe stop buying me games to cheer me up. But I'm definitely playing it next week. Because I can't wait. I can't wait. You gotta go work. Lake, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the dance. Loftus randomly got them as a trio in pubs yesterday. I knew I recognized the name from somewhere. That is crazy, Gio. Yeah, they're UK. That's crazy. Okay, welcome back. It'll be good for Sunday stream? Yes, it will be good for a Sunday stream. It's gonna be at least 2 weeks though. And I think that the Sunday stream for the May 10th will depend on if we advance to the next round of the Unity in the Fog tournament, which is happening the 9th. Also, it's time to change my hat. Glenny, thank you for the ears. We're gonna go giraffe hat for stunties. Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
Oh, survival games goes even slower than it used to.
What kind of emote can we put in a dance redeem, guys? What emotes do you have like that are globally like available to you? Oh, that's the first time on this map.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I like this map, so
Okay, nurse again. Oh, the skin.
oh no.
Jill, those they appear as text in my stream, in my chats. Like what? You got any school tournaments coming up? Yes. So I have a few things and a few things that I'm missing out on because I'm going to London this weekend, which I'm very sad about. Because I could have potentially played in 3 tournaments the coming weekend, but yeah, I'm away. It's okay. I'll remember not to go to London next year, and maybe I'll play those tournaments. I am in the Unity of the Fog tournament with my team Die for Cheese. It's hosted by Infinite G and Christy, Demi Bunny, and Mousy. Is she just standing still? Oh. That's 9 and 10 May.
I just ran into the nurse and she whiffed. Luckily.
Good. Die for Cheese is also playing Altruism League round 1 and 2. Round 1 is on Sunday. That's the one that I'm missing out on. Round 2 is on May 9th. And I've got a few other things that I'm not sure I'm allowed to talk about yet. But yeah, we're definitely...
What's the second killer? Because I've only seen nurse.
I don't know. I think I see someone here or hear someone here. It's a nurse and a Dracula, and Drac is AFK.
Oh, that sucks for her.
Yeah. Yeah, she's hitting him. It's the last gen. It's done. Hi, Handel. Welcome in. How are you? Have you played 2v8 yet? Thank you for stopping by. It was good to see your stream the other day. I hope you had a lot of fun.
That's not fun.
Ah, I don't have 7TV. I tried to install it and then didn't manage to. Yeah, I know. The extra emotes. I know. We got winner's POV in that journey. Yeah, we do. Handel, enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the 3. Yeah, that is annoying for her. That's very frustrating. You haven't? You've been on the 1v4 exclusively today? Let's go. 1v4 is where it's at anyway. Same with yesterday. Personally, you're not a big fan of 2v8. You're not too big on the queues as killer main. So, yes, you like DVD, not 2v8. I understood. Handel, you know that you can play Survivor now, right? While you wait for your killer game to queue up. That's the only reason why I like it, because killer frustrates me so much. You're aware it's a great feature? Okay, so for me, it's actually making it doable because I can have fun Survivor games.
One more Survivor, I guess.
I can have 2 or 3 Survivor games and then I play 1 killer game. So for me, it kind of works out. It sucks you're missing out on some stuff. I hope London's good. Yeah, Lee, that's the way to look at it. You're absolutely right. And thank you for that. So in Davros, the chats, they all have the 7TV and the regular viewers all have the kitten picture as their name, which is really funny. That's so cool. So you type Micah and you get a picture of a kitten. Oh, that is so cool. Why am I the only one that's not ready? Okay, I'm late, I guess. Yeah, okay, so I tried to install it because Coffee tried to explain it to me a while back. And I just couldn't install it. I just don't understand. So what is there? Because Hype Train doesn't make sense, Twitch Hype Train emotes, because people might not have it. So then the global ones. I mean, we've got the dino. It's an amazing feature, but to do like 1v4 4 more, that's fair. Thrilling session. It can be fun. Yeah, it's working out perfect for me. I'm really happy. About it. There's a lot of Megans in this lobby, by the way. Really glad Behavior put that play while you wait feature in the 1v and queues. Yes. There. Wait, I can't see.
Still no clue who it is.
They actually, is it in 1v4 now? Because of the killer queues getting fucked up by 2v8. That's huge. Ah, yeah, I'm having such a crazy week. I really didn't look into the patch notes and stuff. I know there was talk of it. Oh, that's really good. How are people... Well, that's unfortunate for... Oh my god, I stole her window. Yeah, I understand your frustration. I got you. I don't have you. That's fine. So first I take her window, and then second, that girl doesn't take the hit, and now she's dead, and we're flops as teammates. That's the summary of what just happened. Is anniversary June 16? I don't know, Glenny. I wouldn't think so because June. It's a Tuesday. I don't think so, Glenny. I think the anniversary starts on Thursday. But my assumption is that they're gonna do it after the DVD anniversary party, which is the Sunday the 14th. So it could potentially start the 18th. I don't think it'll be on the 16th. It always starts on Thursday, I think. But what did you see, Glenny? Did you hear anything? 1v4 now has play while you wait. It's a great feature, though more often than not. I hate this killer. It's not worth it since killer queues is 3 minutes. Right, right. Yeah, it's different. Okay. The leaks say the final week of sales is 9 to 16 UK. Interesting. Yeah, maybe then. And that makes anniversary kind of early this year compared to other years. But I'm coming back from Montreal after the DB party on the 16th. I am dog sitting. I have 1 cat. That's very annoying. I'm going to have to look into bringing someone on so I can game more, but I should have a lot of time free if it's that week. I mean, you guys know I'll be clearing my calendar. GG, no problem. The estimated queue times they have are not accurate. We heard that before. I have aura. I don't know why. Did he kick a gen? Maybe. Oh. Well. But they always add 2 more minutes to the timer. If Q is 15... Oh, let me just stare at this girl for a second. I don't know, I'll get my points. If it's 3, it's 5. Ah, okay. Okay. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Honestly, it's great to know that the timers are shorter than they are, and actually, if it's only 2 minutes, yes. That's a really good way, because it feels like you're being rewarded for your wait, right? Because you're always like, oh, game already? Which is a good feeling, as opposed to when you have to wait longer. Yeah, it makes the queue feels a lot less long. Exactly, which is weird, right? Because it's just a mind fuck, but yes, that's what it feels like. Oh my god, why am I running across the map for a heal that's already being done? I don't know. How am I gamed? It's been good games. I'm just struggling this week. I'm still struggling with my health. My mind is not in the right place because I'm stressed with all the stuff that I have to do before I leave to London. So DVD is never a good game to be playing when you're stressed about other stuff, right? Or when you're not in when you're feeling like bad emotionally or stuff like that. It's never good to be playing DVD. It's not helpful at all. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it a bit objectively, the games have been good. Like, there's been no bad behavior. We're not getting rolled. I think this. Ah, the ghosty finally woke up. I feel like there's a lot of AFK killers that's fucking over the killer side of things. Do I have Wiglif? Oh wow, guess we'll never know. That's unfortunate. But yeah, Survivor games have been good. We've played 2 killer games. One was good, like average game. What was it? Like a 2-man out, 3-man? I don't know, maybe 4. The second game we were getting rolled, and then we pulled it back. We got a 7k, and now we both chose to play different types of killer. So I'm on Chucky, which I've only ever played once before in my life. Okay, I keep running to heal people that are already healed. Why? But yeah, I really, other than I'm struggling personally, I really can't complain about these games. Is she out? Yes, wonderful. Funny girl. You play Chucky? Are you a Chucky enjoyer? Referring to my game that I had last week and we went against Chucky enjoyer. For those of you that weren't there. Yeah, I'm playing Chucky right now. I think it's now our killer game as well. I don't even know... Like, I don't even know what the buttons are. Yeah. It should be short, of course. If it's a minute, it's fine. There we go. Yeah. Sending love your way. Thank you, Rebel. Okay. Do I even own anything on Chucky?
I'm Chucky. And I'm your
Apparently I
friend
own
to
this
the
Christmas stuff.
Let's see how I do it with the tentacle.
I have no idea how this is gonna work out. I've mostly been talking about the outs of 2v8, not the ins. Hi, Fade. Welcome in. How are you? Gamers, I just met Fade this week. They're putting together a new comp team, which I applied for. We have yet to have our first games. I know there was some scrims yesterday, but yeah, I'm looking forward to meet the team and see what I can bring. How is your day going, Fade? You've come in at the right time. If you're ever wondering which people on your team should be playing killer, this will tell you why it shouldn't be me.
I sometimes do the work.
There we go. You've played Nemi before, right?
Oh yeah. I like Nemi. I just don't play
me
him a
too.
lot.
Yeah, I can after stream, Fade. I'm gonna stream until say 6 p.m. I think you're
You
UK,
guys are
right? That's
small
your
next to me.
5. I don't know that you actually posted the time yet. I was kind of like looking at the Discord, but I don't see anything there. But yeah, I'm available in 2 hours and 45 minutes basically. Hello, that ghost DVD. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Faye, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Oh my god, are we getting a DC? Are we getting a DC? Or is it RPD
Fade
maybe?
_DBD followed your channel.
Hey, that goes. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Who's gonna
That
be? Is there gonna be a
Ghost
bot?
DBD followed your channel.
I don't know. But it's taking a very long time.
Oh, okay. Maybe a bot then. I don't know. Yeah, Faye, just set a time. I'm available 6 p.m. CET. Okay, shift hide
Hello.
yo modes. Is that automatic? Or do I have to like press M1?
You have to press to like slide it. I don't know exactly.
Hmm. Don't touch the zombie. I don't think you make it anywhere, honestly. Nope. Beautiful.
What you get when you play with dolls.
Second time, yeah, second time. And the first time was when the DLC was gifted to me 2 years ago. This has a duration? Yes, it does.
The zombies are putting in the work, it seems, because they're like missing skill checks.
Yes.
Where the heck?
Oh my god. Okay, it's a little shorter than I was expecting. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I got spun. Holy!
God, they all have sprint bursts.
Oh my god, completely lost her. Hi Leon, hold on. Hi Rebecca, hold on. Fuck. Did that even work on Chucky? Oh my god.
Oh god.
Nice.
I saw her running.
Got something for you, pisshead.
But did my zombie down somebody or was it you?
Run, dipshit.
It was me.
You better run.
I don't know if she has a fog bow in her hand or a flashbang.
Oh, zombie got her.
Beautiful. I kind of want to grab someone off a gen, but I don't know if I can manage. Let's see. I'm still undetectable. Hold on. Oh! So close.
Hear me? Dead.
Yes, I know, Glock. This is 2. Oh, wrong button.
Sorry, I should have hit him.
No, you're fine.
Sprint burst always.
Oh, that's not possible. Hold on. I heard Jill. I have no idea where she went. Oh, wait. I thought I was in this mode. Nice.
Oh, it's you.
Hello, I'm a little man over here.
I saw somebody go down. I was like, huh? Three people here.
I was kind of hoping she would go on the gen so I could grab her, but she felt she was suspicious about something. Oh man. Oh, whoops. I may have killed a zombie. Wait, where's this chest?
You're mine, asshole.
Oh, wrong button.
Something for ya.
I don't know that I can do anything about this. Unlucky.
I just wanna play.
Oh, that's so.
MVP. Woo, woo.
Cheer 100. Hey, I am the co-owner of Team Fade. Looking forward to seeing you in scrims tonight. Enjoying the stream.
Thank
That
you, Ghost.
underscore
Thank you.
Ghost
I
DBD
appreciate that.
cheered
Thank you for the
100
100
bits.
biddies. No, I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in stream today, and I appreciate you stopping by. Gentlemen. I promise I'm better on Survivor than I am on Killer. Thank you guys for the support for the channel. I really appreciate it.
No,
Hee
it
hee.
stinks.
Teamwork.
There's a lot of people here.
There's no way that hit, yo. Oh. Man, their friend was there. Oh, wrong button again. Damn. I forget that it's M2 after slice and dice. Okay, good job. Oh, we're doing this again. I don't think I can get her here, honestly. Oh, yes I can. Hold on.
Oh, they're dropping now. Okay, I guess we almost have them all.
Oh, man.
You see anybody?
I was chasing a Fang at the shack area.
Oh, they're on main. I see some.
Oh, oh shit. Is there no the lunge is it always the same? Why is everybody dropping flashbangs in chase? Is the lunge always the same duration? Like it's not, you can't like do short. What are you doing? Unlucky. You have to go. You have to let go early. Okay. It looks funny how they're aiming so low with their beams. How's that working out for you, Leon? Wait. The girl's here. Yeah.
I'm gonna kick your fucking teeth in.
Welcome to my house. Baby, take control now. We can't
V, hey yo! Thank you so much for the resub. 35 months.
That
Coming up
underscore
on 3
ghost
years,
DVD
indeed.
started a new hype train.
MVP. Woo, woo.
Cheer 100. Me and Fade are going to play some 2v8. See you later. Less than 3.
All right, have fun,
That underscore
Ghost.
Ghost DVD.
Have good games.
Cheered
We'll catch you
100
later,
bits.
Fade and Ghost. Thank you so much for stopping by and coming to say hi. It's lovely to meet you. V, welcome
Coming up on
in.
3 years.
Thank you
Wahaj
so much for the
Blast
resub and the continued
underscore
support.
subscribe to your
Listen, I was
channel
just
for
saying
35 months.
earlier, Mina was restubbing for
Some help here.
I think it's 39, and it was Fabio oh my god, it was Fabio early this week with the 40. Fabio is the longest supporter. Mina comes right after that with 39. You're definitely up there, V, with the longest support. Thank you so
Can
much.
you come for a second and help me?
Yes, hold on, I was chasing down a
Never
phone.
mind, she dropped off.
Oh my god, the swings.
About fucking time.
Oh, you found her.
Yes, I saw you running. Yeah, you've been going for a long while. When is your 4-year anniversary? 24-hour stream? I don't think we should do that though, V. I think I'm gonna be miserable.
I think they're gonna start harding now.
Yeah, we kind of cooked.
I'll probably just let everybody die.
No, there's someone here. Oh, whiff. Holy. Why is this missing? I'm struggling with this third person view.
Where'd you go? Come on. I don't fight.
Completely lost her. GG's. It's January 13th. Sorry. I think it's I think January when I was away was my 3-year streaming anniversary, V. Nice,
Oh my
good
God, I
down.
found them next to
Yeah.
the hatch. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I found the Fang at Shack. And I closed the hatch here as well. Wait, I heard her. I lost her. Damn.
Trying to find the last hatch. I found it.
Huge.
Oh, that's the one you closed.
Oh.
Oh, she's on the other side. Your zombie
Yeah, I see
found
the
her.
zombie. Yeah.
Oh, my zombie. Sorry.
She's on the hatch. GG. Oh, yes, she is. Teabagging on the hatch. Like
Oh, God.
pro champion. Hey, yo, GG, well done. Two tunnelers learn to play. I had 2 hooks in like the first 2 minutes. Literally got unhooked and already midget chasing me. GG.
Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho.
It's crazy. Some people.
I think I'll try again. Why not?
Are you liking Chucky?
Yeah, this was alright. I'm getting a lot of whiffs, but I don't know. The lunge is very short on him.
Yeah, it is. He has short arms though.
Yes, very short arms. Oh, so don't have my shit together, guys. We still owe Mina the Jawbreaker Roulette. And we have the spin the wheel for V as well. V, thank you so much for the 35 months. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. I don't want to do the Jawbreaker, guys, because it's literally 50-50 with the sour raspberry. It's so
What
annoying.
is up with survivors and leaving today?
Alright, Glasses Gaming. V, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, muhaha, sour time. I don't want to. Okay. Here we go. It's 50-50. I have 1 sour raspberry left and 1 watermelon. The green is the watermelon. For those of you that know, the sour green apple is green. This is a watermelon, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Mina, thank you so much for the continued support. Here's the Jawbreaker Roulette. Here we go. Watermelon! I win! Yay! Okay, nobody redeem. Nobody resub, okay? Because I don't want to land on the Jawbreaker on the wheel and have to eat this sour one. I'm winning my 50-50s today, guys. First RPG game.
Yes, sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
My colleague.
It's a Chucky.
Oh. I hear footsteps everywhere.
It's a Tiffany.
No, it's a Tiffany. It's Tiff. And a gunslinger. He was behind me.
Oh. Yeah, he's behind me now. Lost swim. Lucky. The lag. I don't think this Leon can be helped, honestly. I'm gonna leave him to his own devices. I hear her giggling. Is she downstairs? I stay on this side.
Okay, they have no tear radius because I just walked past the.
Yeah.
chemistry.
Tiffany's chasing this Renato.
Yeah, for a while it seems.
Yeah, he's cooking him. Damn. Fee, how's your week going? Are you working today? Unlucky. That's crazy. You're working today? Not yet. It's been alright week? Okay, good, good, good.
Shigacha?
Yeah, I was lurking for a save on the Renato. He was doing so well. Then I got two tapped. It's miserable. It always happens like that, right? Oh, this is miserable. Oh, shit. She's right there. Scout is so good. I forgot how good Scout was. If it wasn't for Torchbearer in this game, I would still be playing Scout. That's so unlucky. That is so unlucky. Oh my god. Lag. What the fuck? Some 100 ping gamers in this game. Including this Leslie.
I have no clue where everybody is. Coming!
Nice. I got scared.
Poor Yunjin.
We all taking turns. I mean, we have to go save this person, right?
Oh, shit, on the other side of the map.
Yeah. It's not good.
This gate is open.
Oh! I ran into a Chucky. That is so unlucky. Is front gate? No. Main's not open. Shit.
Oh, going to hell.
Yeah, it's going to shit.
Oh, hello, I'm behind you.
Oh, hold on. I'll be back. Yeah, we have to heal first. We're coming though. Hold on.
Yeah, Tiffany's next to me.
Yeah.
You just fell next to her.
Well, I mean, hopefully the Renato gets you
Yeah,
now.
he's getting me.
Yeah, she's with me. How does that hit, bro? This killer's so boring.
Sorry.
Oh, nasty. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it right now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. What are we getting? Oh,
What happened?
spirit.
Okay. Good spirit, though.
I don't like a good spirit. We picked up the girl though. Enemy? Because there's these zombies? Hi Clover, welcome in, how are you? Happy Wednesday, gamer, good to see you. Please don't chase me. Oh, good down. Good save. Oh, I stole her window. I did it again. You're okay? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. How are you? It's been ages. I know. Yeah, I'm struggling this week. I've had a rough week with my health. I was
me again.
really sick this weekend. And this is my first stream back. Oh, why does she have like infectious frights?
Game, it seems from me.
She hit the wrong survivor. Bro, I almost had that too. Oh my god. You should not be going that way, girl. Yeah, this is first stream back, but I'm still struggling. That was early? Are you kidding me right now? Okay, that hits. That's fine. I don't know why. They think I'm asking for a heal because I'm crouched, but I'm literally urban evading away from the spirits. The MVP juicing? I don't know, only. I don't know. But thank you. My beam is dead, by the way. That's crazy. Lake! Thank you for the dance! Where did that survivor go? I was asking for a heal. Oh, they're right here. Yeah, it'll be alright. It's just been a rough week. Sorry you're sick. Yeah, thanks. I don't get sick so much. Holy swing. Ah, that sucks. Nice. I thought I had some urban evasion going on. I don't know why I don't have it anymore. Was it because someone was near me that has urban evasion? Getting sick is for sick and old people. That's a very risky comment to make, Lake, because I'm a lot older than you. You okay? Yeah, I am only. It's just, it's been a rough week. Just struggling with my health, and I'm very stressed with all the stuff that I need to do this week, and I'm struggling with stream. I want to do more, and I can't seem to find the time to do more, and it's bothering me. And my content creation's behind, and that's the first time in a long time, so it's very upsetting. Oh, well, she's dead. Yeah, but we'll get back into it. We'll get back into it. You're back to DVD, sadly. No other game comes close. You need DVD. I know that feeling only. We always come running back to DVD. 13-day break though should be okay. You were. It was a really good decision to make to take a break. And well done to committing to that. Your granddad always said, or it was tea. Can't be tea. I love tea. I hope I'm not getting sick from tea. She's at an M1 here. Let me see. I want to go save. Guys, do you believe that I've made more beam save than I've made flashbang saves already in 2v8? That's crazy. Barely any older? Okay, gamer. Why is Wesker kill switch? It was really, I had a really bad bug only. There was a really bad bug. The way Jill described it to me is you could literally be across the map. Oh, and if someone else got like tagged by Wesker, you would get injured, even though you were not even close to the chase. Like that's it was really bad. It's always the last gen. Getting the last gen is always a struggle. Oh! Just don't play against Wesker. Easy fix. Easy. Terrible. Second game as Orella. Can we cook? I think you could. I think you should go cook. I wanted to play a character with my Twitch shirt, but obviously we want to support the new collection of the Attack on Titan. So we're playing this arena with the Attack on Titan skin. I only have two. I have this one and Megan's. But I was definitely eyeballing some of the new skins already.
Maybe.
Yeah, looks like we could have this. Oh! Uh-oh. Well, I'm first hook. I hope no one's on this gate.
first then.
Yeah. You're gonna test new blights for players 4? See you do? Go for it. I think you're skilled enough, right? Only on killer to
You're pretty close.
play blights in an acceptable way, even with the nerfs.
Sorry.
Oh my god, there's a killer here. That's so unlucky because we should save the Jin. No. Oh
Yeah,
no.
sadly,
Unlucky.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I know. Nah, she deserved out. That was a good gamer. Unlucky.
Yeah. Well, this is gonna be my last game of the day though. Because I need to go back to work.
Alright. You're gonna nap.
win
You've
this
been
one.
working 11 hours? Well, go take a nap. Get some rest, gamer. And thanks for coming to say hi. Okay, LG. We'll make it a good one.
What do we have here?
Let's go.
Oh my god.
We can do it. Ooh.
We're in a world of trouble.
Survive.
You're
I
mine!
heard you.
Where am I going? This is a corner of the map.
You got a juicer.
Get when you play with dolls.
Nice, good stun. Oh, wrong button again. Why were you teabagging, ma'am?
You didn't stand a chance. Let's check you out.
Good teamwork. I don't know what that hello lag was.
Oh, she flashbanged me.
Unlucky.
How's it hanging?
Oh my god. Hold on. Messy. Welcome back, Hondo. How are you? How's your day going? This is a really rough. This is a really rough killer game. It's the last one of the collab. And I'm definitely hopping off killer after this one. Nice. Why is this pellet back?
Damn it, they keep flashbanging me and stuff.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're very efficient on gens too. Yeah, they're a good survivor group. Very focused on the gens as well. Chucky and Nemi are really fun, but it sucks they barely have any map pressure. Right. Chucky's being 4-6 and 2v8 would help him a lot. I mean, it doesn't help when you're new to playing them, right?
You're fucked.
Oh my god. You get a lot of reach, but like if you look at this and then remember how I got hit on RPD earlier? Sucker. Then I don't understand how she could hit me, right? The Tiffany. It doesn't make any sense to me. Nice try, man.
Let's try
Nice try. Oh my god, I got the grasp! I got the grasp challenge from a locker grab.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Shin is almost finished it.
Yeah, they have several. I don't think we can kick that other gen by main. I don't think I can kick it anymore even. Oh my god, she just dodged both of us. Yeah, she's the V. She's really good. Wow. We're getting clipped for TikTok, best believe. Nice.
Why is everyone hiding? I just want to play.
I'm not chasing this V. There's no point.
Come on, let's play.
Nice, good pressure. The Leon is a bot. by the way. You can't mind game him. GG's. You still chasing the bot? I come help. I have a hat chair, hold on. Nice. Mori? You deserve it. Oh. Lucky, welcome in. Enjoy your daily dog tree. Thank you for the 27. Getting the slice and dice down is probably the best thing you can try to learn early if you're interested in learning him more. It's especially good to learn as survivors holding W. Yeah, I would have got so much more.
We're good survivors, so. Thank
So
you
much
for the
more.
games.
Yes,
need
thank
to
you.
go
That was
work.
really good. Thank you. That was really good. No, I loved it.
It
Thanks
was
for
a lot of fun.
gaming.
Thank you, and have a great stream.
Yes,
and a
thank
wonderful
you.
day.
Catch you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, we have to make a decision. I think we go Survivor open lobbies for 2 hours. I mean, an hour and a half if anybody wants to play. Let me know. You are welcome to hop in. We gonna play more. Some more Survivor. No, that's really helpful, Handel. I was just playing Chucky to get the challenge done. Forgot what I was saying. Yeah, Chucky's not on the short list for learning killer. I had a challenge to do a grab from I had to do a challenge to do a grab. And I was looking at all the killers on the 2v8 and I was like, which one could it possibly be that I can establish this with? And then I went for Chucky. And the first game was really good, but I don't think the Survivor team was very good there. Oh, Wraith. Alright. And a Death Slinger. Okay. If you want some help with learning killer, I'm usually available. I appreciate that, Hondo, and I might take you up on that because I am interested in learning killer. It frustrates the fuck out of me so bad. It brings me in such a bad mood. And also... I got very lucky there. I wasn't even looking. Oh, he wants me. Okay. If I'm not in the right mindset, I'm just gonna give up so much more easily than I am on Survivor, you know? But I might have to take you up on that, Handel. Thank you for offering. I will keep that in mind. Micah the Houndmaster Gamer. So we can walk the dog and then return to the walk. The dog. What do you want to, Gamer? Welcome in, Seely. How are you? How's your week going? I would love to walk the Houndmaster's dog. Understandable, to be honest. There's a lot of room for error. Yeah. Just giving you a killer to main, don't worry. Okay. I'll get right to it. Do some Houndmaster gaming, yeah? You on the 2v8, Seely? Did he... Worth it. We have a lot of gens with progress. But nothing's getting done. Killer's Intense is someone who's never played it before. Yeah, but even people that do play, I mean, I rarely play Killer, right? I have 8,000 hours and it's got to be at least more than 7,000 in Survivor. I don't believe that I have more than 1,000 in Killer. I really don't think so, but I've got Eerie 1 on Killer 3 times in my 5 years of gaming, right? And I'm just, for me, it's just, there's too much pressure. I can't deal with it. You definitely understand why you feel that way. Killer used to really frustrate me, but ever since I started... Oh, sorry, I got scared. Maining Trapper, the feeling has disappeared, and that's the thing. You've got to find a killer that's working for you, and for some reason, I've never felt like the behavior system has ever been working well enough for me to find my main, because I had a plague phase and I did so well on her. It's one of the killers that I managed to get Eerie 1 with. And then you get to a point where you get paired with much stronger survivors and it's like, I'm barely getting hooks in. And I don't play scummy, right? Like, I'm not talking about, what do you mean you can't 4K on Killer? Just tunnel at 5 gens. Yeah, I don't care about that because I don't think that equals skill. Yes, that gives you your win, but that's not what I mean. My first tip for new killers is set their goal not to get a win, just to set your own role. Such as maybe hitting 10 hatches and 100 in one game. Yeah, that definitely, that's really good advice. That's something that really helps. That's a god pallet. That's why the dailies, that old way, I was just mentioning this last week on stream, I think. The old way the dailies were set up for Killer, where it was like, as nurse get 4 blinks, or as Myers tier up to max tier 3 4 times. That helped me so much with my killer games, because one, I didn't have to stress about which killer to play because I played the one that was on the daily, and I could focus on just doing that. But I feel I'm struggling a lot more now that that's not a thing anymore. I've played less killer. I've played less killer since they removed those dailies. There's a gen in here that's almost done. Oh. You're on a lot of hours, majority of them survivor, yeah. Again? I don't think I... Oh. Okay. Killer's boring in the way you can't really fight with the others while doing it just yourself and creating your own fun rate. Yeah, and then I'm just so focused on not flopping. It's not even... Ah, she doesn't make this. And she doesn't take the hit, because why would she? I'm so focused on not doing anything stupid that I'm just never gonna feel good about it, you know? It's more or less because of me playing Trapper and realize how silly this game is. I don't play it seriously. Yeah, that's good. Oh my god. Fuck me, bro. I would have had it too if he was facing me. Ah, just die. Yeah, he's here already. She takes the hit this time, right? Yes, no problem. Now this girl is a gamer. What is this? A V? Nah, she knows exactly what she's doing, this one. Holy solo queue, bro. My goodness. You understand? Most of my hours in DVD are on killer, you'll be honest. I'm still not the greatest killer. I've routinely swapped mains until you started playing Trapper and taking the game less seriously. I play the game to win. And that's kind of it. If I lose, I lose. If I win, yeah, I win. Yeah. But that's really it. I don't put a lot of thought into it. That's the thing. You're playing Killer with Wolves? Have fun. Have fun. Thank you for stopping by. W. Grab. If you gonna learn Killer, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would love to teach some tricks. Yeah, you certainly am, especially in Killer like Wraith. I'll find an excellent teacher for newer Killer. Yeah, I need to know I need to know what's on Wraith. Cause I struggle a lot with Wraith. I understand kind of like the theory, but I can't seem to pull it off. And yeah, I will be looking to play more Killer because that 1v1 tournament that I did last weekend was kind of an eye-opener of how I'm so sleeping on playing Killer. I just don't like it. Oh no, fuck off. That is so unfair. Nah, he's on good ping. Wraith is amazing for learning mind games like double backup because he actually has a bit of room for error. Due to the uncloak, yeah, the speed, right? Now this is a very sexy Talita. She's saving my ass too. Love to see it. Oh. I never know which side of the hole is on. Whether you can like go here and go to the middle, or whether you get fucked like this by a Billy that's like giving me no purse after I had a pretty good chase against them. Like, can you calm down? Can you calm the fuck down? Very helpful, Talita. I mean, I like that she picked me up. She didn't have to do that, but she stuck. And she stuck around for the heal as well, but the Billy's just better, I guess. I don't know, he has a better gaming chair. How are you, Carolyn? The Wraith Cube. Back in the day, major updates for Killer were called Cube. Was one of the best updates out there for Wraith, due to introducing the uncloak speed and the ability for Wraith to move while uncloaking is what made him become the best killer to learn the basic of the role with. Really? That's so interesting. I just went second. Beautiful. Oh, I got taken out the game here. Unlucky. Wraith is very much the opposite due to the mind game ability. It's the same with Legion, though I found Legion a bit less healthy for new players due to the relatively low skill ceiling and low rewards. I enjoyed playing Legion though. But it's... You have more options, I suppose, with Wraith. Wait, it says complete 3 trials as killer. We literally played killer 3 times. 4 times just now. What the fuck? If you're a good Legion, you're scary. They're great for learning basic of M1. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Legion back in the day. It's just when it gets to like the pellets, the whole mind gaming and pellet stuff, that's where it gets difficult. But yeah, I definitely need to... I definitely need to look into killer, but it's not happening very soon. Um... Amazing add-ons, Legion pin. Yeah, I think everybody uses that, right? Wait! 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 Oh my god. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't drop the pallet, that's fine. And then I walk into a tree, also fine. Nice hit. Jesus Christ. Baba Yaga in 2026? I know. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, sorry guys, my, the wire of my controller was, is touching my mouse. There we go. Oh, it's so annoying. It's messing up my camera angle. You haven't seen Baba Yaga in ages? Really? I still get them quite a bit. Usually always... Oh yes, wear out more though, you're right. These days. Oh! Oh. I'm not gonna have enough beam. You like out for Michaela? Me too. It's giving biker girl. I do like that. No, that is a good fit. I don't know. Okay. Oh! Holy jump scare. He was saving that for later. Yeah, just dying. Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. I just faked that. I just died. It's fine. Anybody want to take a hit, gamers? I'm Death Hook. Hello? Okay. I understand. Yeah, he's still on me. Fuck. Yeah, problems. That is so unlucky. Oh, my game just crashed. That's what AK was talking about, that their game just randomly crashes. $8 on regular queue? Jesus, for like almost 5 p.m. here. That's insane. Ah, 5 trials. Okay, that makes sense. We only did 4. I thought they said 3. Oh, no, I'm not playing normal. Play 2v8. We're running a quick ad break. We'll be right back. Please bear with. I'm gonna go like for 3 more games. And then I'm gonna go feed this cat. And then make some food. Hi, Aiden. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Waiting for your games to update. It's a bit of a long one. At the minute. You got into the game and all the stuff after leaving the pre-game lobby. Oh, that is so annoying. I hate it when that happens. Like, just play. Come on. Yeah, it's a big update. Trapper again. Someone's already on a gen over here? That's crazy. I do this gen. Aiden, enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 8. How long did it take you? So, I went to do something else. So, I didn't time it. I didn't really look. I just know that it was a long one. That was dumb as fuck. I was never gonna get that anyway. You swear the survivors have been doing this constantly? There's people that do that for fun. Like, don't ask me how that works, because I don't think it's fun. And I think it's a big waste of everyone's time, so I don't understand. But there's people that do that, yeah. Also, the lobby dodging in general. How do you know if it's something is going to be a bad game based on what someone's fit is? Or... Yeah, that was a bit dumb. I'm just trying to play as a funny near race cosmetic. Oh, you thought that passed for him already? Yeah, it's fucking silly. Oh, you got the Trickster map? I mean, that's not a bad map. For funny, to be honest. Okay, this trapper's onto something. The only time we dodged a pre-lobby is because we played with a survivor that's in the pre-lobby and they were terrible, so I mean, that I can mention. That I would do too, and that I've done. Like, it's when you have a shitty game with someone, and then you load back into the lobby and it's the same person. This is the second time I've gone second hook in solo queue, by the way. 2v8. 4 gens done. Literally no problem in the world. Ain't no survivor coming to save me. Someone's gonna come through main. Can't get through here because of this trap, and I'm gonna die. Oh, now we're camping? I mean, that was very nice of you, but honestly... Was it worth it? I just die again. Oh, well, GG. A GG? Oh, God. Come on, game. Oh, here we go. Ormond. Dracula. Thank you for the alert, Aiden. I hope your update is quickly and that you get some good games today. Uh-oh. That was a double team, I think. I'm gonna stay maybe over here in the clear. Maybe that's best. Oh. I don't have a pellet here. Oh, this is such a shitty palette, bro. Are you kidding me right now? Yeah. Nice try. I don't even see where that gamer went down. Unlucky. Uh-oh. Okay, gamer. Oh, that's so unfair. Dwight's dying over there. Nobody came for a save on the poor Dwight. Now he's actually dying. That's insane. Dead as hell. Oops. Oh, lucky. Oh, not you again. And ping. And I don't make this. Nice. Dibs. Works for me. Oh, she gets clocked. 1 second, 1 second. Now he licks that wall. Okay, she just dies. Oh, he doesn't want her. Okay. Nice. Okay. That was a good hit. Is Deathslinger still following you? Yes. You got a really nice 12-hook game. 2K though since Trickster Delusion. Yeah, it is a rough map. Nice. Good job, Handel. Nice. Good way to start the day. With a good game. Fuck me. Aw, fuck me actually. Oh, that is so unlucky, gamer. How was your nap, Blake? Oh my god, this Megan is good. Ah, this was a mistake. Nice duo gaming. Okay. I don't make it anywhere. Oh, I do make it. Oh my god, I forgot about fucking 3 dashes. That is so dumb, guys. Unbelievable. Short nap. 10 million BP. And we get P100 Trapper. Oh shit, that's close though. 1 hour drive left. Okay. That's good then. Almost. Oh my god, we're so cooked here. Haha. Where am I? I have to go on a gin. This one maybe? Really close. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god, that really sucks. 1. One, 2, 3! So dumb. So dumb. I mean, it's hatch game now for these two. That's good. We deserve to get out. The duo teaming? Oh my god, there's a hatch right next to me. Unlucky. Alright, GG's. We go again. I think one more game. Then let's raid out. We should play content warning. Did you have fun on stream, Lake? I watched you play, and I think you rated Sketch. No, I was hanging out over at Sketch's when you rated him the other day. Oh my god. I remember Damie was really into content warning. I don't remember if I bought it. We have so much though, like, we have so much on the list. I was just realizing the other day that you gifted us Pommel Party and we had never got around to playing it yet. I'm just so busy this year already. We have to go RV there yet. I saw there was an update. Oh, it's a ghost face. Get me out. Bro, he's licking that wall. What the fuck? Yeah, the list is growing longer, I know, and I have three gifted games from Glenny that I haven't even touched yet. And it's not because I don't want to play, I really want to, because they're all really good games. Well, that's a problem. I just don't have time right now. I think it was the flashbang. I only got the blind, but nice, good save. We have to do double trouble healer, Lake. It's 2v8 and it's now. It's literally all I can think about is playing double trouble healer. I don't know why you're going there, Lara. It's literally where the killer is. Okay, well, I took the hit for the Michaela. She can see me. She doesn't care. Gorgeous. I'm literally, my aura's exposed to her. We need to do the double trouble healing. Yes. Actually, we deserve it. Oh, that was incredibly close. Oh, that's a wall. Oh, there's no mind games. There's no mind games. I don't know why I assume there's mind games. There's just no mind games. Where are we going? This Rebecca's onto something. It was funny, I was watching Spooky Loops yesterday. He hit 2 fangs and threw... They insta-healed? I mean... That healing underneath the hook that just happened right there, it frustrates the crap out of me because the healing is such a powerful tool. But just taking on healer to go and heal underneath the hook is such a waste. The Rebecca thought about it. She doesn't have her power yet. She thought about the healing underneath the hook. I hear Jen. How's the games been? It's been a good one, pretty. It's been a good one. It's been rough getting back onto DBD. Oh my god, there's a ghost face right there. Oh, fuck me. Nice. Which survivor is gonna be next P100s? So we're gonna be doing P100s for anniversary, right? So next we're anticipating the anniversary to start in June. So in like 6 weeks. We don't have confirmation or anything, but that's what we think. Oh my god, I got sniped. I'm leaving. And we're gonna get several P100s, so I was hoping to get 4 P100s. I don't think it's doable because I've not been playing DBD and I am well behind on my prestiging. So I have Megan is P70. Yeah, I want to do 4. So I have Megan at P70. Talita is 75. So I expect to have them P80 by the time anniversary starts, right? So I just put all my points in. Both of them will be P100, and then I have cakes on them to play for the rest of the year. Then we have Dwight at P50. And we have Adam at 40. If I can manage to get them up there, I'm pretty confident I can get Dwight like 70 before anniversary still, and he'll be P100 as well. So that's 3 P100s during anniversary in yeah, the next 2 months basically. I do have to level several characters. I have to level all the new characters that were launched since last year to unlock all the perks on all my characters. I haven't even touched 11 yet, for example. She's like P0, level 0. We gotta do Quan because I do love his perks. Aurella's P20. I'll be putting points into Sable as well because, oh my god, Twitch shirt fits. Hello? Yeah, I'm putting points into a lot of characters, so it's smart. You put all your points in one. Hey, that's not smart. I mean, for me, it works this way, right? Because I remember when I got P100 Serena, I had Michaela right up there as well. So I got them P100 within like a week and a half of each other. And then the next highest character was like Yun Jin at like 20. And then the grind is so long. It's like, oh my god, P20 to P100 is long. So I've been leveling several, and it's like stack wise. Thanks for hanging out, Lake. I'll catch you later. We're gonna raid out. So that I always have the next character lined up. But it's kind of like, it's a lot of work, you know? It's a lot of work. Like, you see other people... Like, Meg could have been P100 already. I could literally do this in the next 2 months. But I want to have cakes on her so I can play her the coming year, you know? So yeah, that's where that came from. So yeah, definitely 2 P100s during anniversary. Probably 3 with Dwight. Maybe Adam and a whole bunch of other characters. Putting points, yeah. Get some points in a few. Yeah, pick 3. Like have 3 levels. That's what I do anyway. 1 is the highest, 1's like between 15 and 20 prestiges behind that. And then you already start working on the 3rd. So by the time you've popped 1 P100, you have 1 that's right behind there, 20 prestiges, so that's almost P100. And then you have 1 behind that that's like P50. And then it's not so long, you know? Anyway, it works for me. Hi, Azrai. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Fungus 27. Nice. That's good. Yeah, anyway, that's what I've been doing pretty for the last 3 years. I've always done like stackable P100s. Like tiers, basically. Alright, gamers, we're gonna go right out. I have had enough. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Thanks everyone for the hype trains. Ghost, thank you for the 200 biddies. V, thank you for the resub. Pretty, thank you for the resub. Stunty, thank you for the resub. Glenny, thank you for the resub. Mina, thank you for the resub as well. You guys are amazing. Please join me in the raid. We're gonna go... Hello? We're gonna go... We're gonna say how Only is live, guys. Imagine. He is already back to gaming. He's playing DBD Survivor 1v4. Let's go and show our good friend some love. I'm back next week. Okay? I have a lot of stuff happening this week. I'm going to London Friday, Monday. So Monday, I don't think I can stream. But we're back. May 5, Tuesday, we're 2v8 with Sketch. Wednesday, duos with Class, guys. I got back in touch with Class at HorrorCon. We reconnected. We're doing duos on Wednesday. Tourney stuff over the weekend of 9 and 10 May. More collabs. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks for the chat, chilling, lurking, gaming. It's an absolute pleasure. Thanks everyone for the stream steaks and the daily doggo treats. Let's go say hi to Only. Have an amazing rest of your week. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.